One person. Hello. A little early because I got to get the invite to Busy. All right, there we go. So this goes to okay. My computer's so slow. Sorry. Let's go. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Send. Can't wait till I get a new computer. All right. Hey, everybody. My hand is doing better. I took some of. I mean, Lucky had some medicine, so I took a little bit of that the last 2 days. It's still, it's still swollen, but it doesn't hurt with that sharp pain. I can pick things up. It's a weird thing. If you never have had gout, it's hard to explain to you, but it's a punishing pain, and it's debilitating. So anyway, we're going to have Richard not legal advice on, and what I want to talk about is, of course, the Kramers and GTII, but we can also talk about MMTLP and anything else you want. So uh, I think he's going to be able to see all of the questions, so you can just put them up as we go. And if you have any now that you want to tell me, we can do that. Sorry to be making noise, cleaning up my desk a little bit. I'm tired. I am tired. I'm sure you guys are too. Tired of all this, huh? All right, so we have 34 people. Hopefully, we'll have more when Richard comes. By the time Richard comes on, I was looking at Richard. I was also looking at who's representing Kurt Kramer, guy named Marshall R. King. He's partner at Gibson Dunn. He's a member of Gibson Dunn's class actions and securities litigation practices. I sent you. He's saying send it to him. I sent it to him. Maybe it didn't get there. All right, let me just see. Let me just see if I can send this again. Let me just see if I can send this again. You can tell it's spring. The bugs are back. Oh, that's okay. I'm using the wrong keyboard. Okay. Bring booty back. Mama always said. I'm wondering if I have your email. Jiggle, right? Jiggle.com. Right? Jiggle. Maybe what I won't do is interfere with it. Maybe that's what I did wrong. Okay, I'm sending it. Last time I edited the email. So I'm just sending it as it is. We'll see if it works. Well, listen to this guy. Listen to this guy, Michelle. Marshall R. King is partner in the New York office of Gibson, Dunn, and Crutcher. So here's the thing. Kurt Kramer is not worried because he's got the SEC uses Gibson Dunn. Everybody that works at the SEC wants to work at firms like Gibson Dunn. So Kurt Kramer knows he's got the edge. He's currently representing UBS, in suits arising out of the Madoff Ponzi scheme. And he's represented UBS in several securities litigation class actions. He often represents buyers or sellers in disputes arising out of acquisitions. He received his Juris Doctor cum laude in 1991 from Harvard, don't you know, Harvard Law School. And he received his BA with high honors in economics from Princeton University. Harvard, Princeton. What a prince of a man. I'm sure he's very talented, but he's expensive, I'm sure, too. And only the best for Kurt Kramer, right? Only the best. Thank you, Red Pepperoni. We are, let me check. Ham got the truck down to 1,500, I think, right around there. And we are just within shooting distance of that number. So it's great. Thank you to everybody. And I don't know, maybe we can send one up to this guy's offices. Who knows? I don't know about Wes Christian's background. Let me look. Darn it, I clicked on you. Let me look and see if Wes Christian. Gibson Dunn has white collar defense and investigations, DC, Stephanie Brooker. Securities fraud. They defend guys against securities fraud. Nadich. Nadich is the founding member of Nadich Werman, counsel to private investment firms. They're not investment firms. The Kramers are just thieves, including those dealing primarily with pipe, PIPE. And this is the problem, by the way, over at Roth Capital. In the past, I think they did pipe transactions. And the idea of a pipe is that it's okay, but it opens up an avenue to the shorts. A pipe is a private investment. Like, for example, I would argue what you're invested in Nextbridge is kind of a private investment now in a public entity. And oddly, I guess some people say that Nextbridge is a quasi-public. He takes great pride in providing personal attention to each matter. Long Island, proficiency in labor negotiations. And oh, I should have put in my description, I should have put my Venmo, shouldn't I? I can just show it to you, I guess. Bring the booty back. Trying to find it. Sorry. I don't know why my head is pounding. My head is pounding. I don't know. I can send this to myself and I can put it up. Talking to myself because nobody's home. Dun-dun-dun-dun. I wish there were a way, if they invented a way that you could play music and just share whatever pennies you get with the artist, it'd be much more fun to be able to play music. Much more fun. All right, so we got a few minutes here. All right, you guys. Okay, thank you. Red pepperoni is the best. Red pepperoni and Cliff Duran. Oh, I was looking up Wes Christian. Sorry. Bring the booty back. I don't think he has anything to do with Gibson Dunn, but I'll find out. There's a guy named Wesley Size that works there. No, Wes Christian is a partner at Christian Smith and Jewell. Wes is a fourth generation Texian. Who is the CEO of Gibson Dunn? Barbara L. Becker. Thank God it's a woman. She fits right in. She created and led the firm-wide diversity committee because we all know white women were crushed over history. They never were racist. They never held down minorities. It's only white straight men. And even in white straight men, it's all white straight men. It's not the Irish who came over and were indentured servants. It wasn't the Italians who came over poor. It wasn't the white men who came as Jewish refugees. No, just white straight men. Oh, God. Led the firm-wide diversity committee, Barbara L. Becker. Well, I'm sure she's talented. Oh, the DEI task force update at Gibson Dunn, February of 2024. Whatever. We're better for it, I guess. Thank you. When the whip comes down. I'd love to play that song right now. But if I do, the whole thing is not monetized. Anyway, and it can also be blocked. They can take it down. And I can have a strike. What? That's the words? I never knew, Ryan, it's unbelievable. I never knew that first paragraph of the words. I remember that. I've got so much money that I spend so fast when the whip comes down. Wow, it's amazing the lyrics. I don't know what I thought it was about, but I didn't think it was that. Hey, Giuseppe, Lasney. Hey, Andy, MMTLP. Well, I don't have a new update. I continue to strongly urge you, and I hope that people here over time ask me about any Nextbridge hydrocarbons update. Because if you haven't turned your MMTLP into shares of Nextbridge, and that gentleman, I just remembered in the earlier live, you don't need, well, anyway, I don't think you need to send these in per se to get, how did you put it? You said, anyway, I can't remember the wording of your question. It implied getting it back into electric form. That's not going to happen anyway. But get your Nextbridge shares. That's the single best update you can give yourself, Star SS, in my opinion. Was DBMM named? No, and neither was GTII. The only companies that were named the only companies that which were named were I should have gotten something to drink. When the whip comes down. Okay, I did that already. So I have to bring it up. I didn't print it out. But the only three companies who were named or which were named were BANT, B-A-N-T. I've got to find the other two. My head is pounding. BANT Tech, B-A-N-T-E-C. Ticker is BANT, B-A-N-T, which used to be DRUS. these guys are the lowest of the low. Nadich, and I think that Gibson Dunn representing them, it makes Gibson Dunn a terrible firm. And she can take her diversity and stick it somewhere. Then they also talked about PCT Corp, PCTL, and then NutraCorp, NTRR, NutraCorp. By the way, I'm fine with diversity. It's just when it's crammed down your throat and people get promoted without talent. That's all I'm talking about. I think every single person should have the same opportunities. Okay, here comes not legal advice. Get ready for a joke.
Oh, I have no joke.
Oh, I got that. I'm glad I can hear you. I've got to turn up the volume.
Actually, though, I'm wearing a black hat in honor of the Kramers.
I've got to turn up the volume. I didn't realize that.
Are we going to dance? You're turning up the volume?
Yeah, turn up the volume. All right, here we are. So everybody, it's not a huge audience because I didn't know how to promote it, I guess, but it's a good one, good size. We've got Richard Hoffman of Comedy Central.
You know, I didn't prepare a joke.
Wow, you might have to wing it.
I know. Well, I wing it every moment but the beginning. So you can judge accordingly. I don't know.
My problem is I only have 3 jokes. I use them over and over again.
Yeah, my problem is I can't remember jokes.
I have that problem too.
That's a big problem.
I can laugh at him. I have a friend in London that remembers every joke, tells everyone. And I love it when he just laughs. I don't even care if the joke's good.
Yeah, it's almost, yeah, I agree. I agree. So have you read the complaint, the Kramer complaint?
I did probably 3.5 hour video.
Oh, okay.
I did a 2-hour video and a 1-hour video, I don't know. Anyway, it's probably almost 4 hours of videos, split in 2 on it last night. I read the complaint. I have several observations that I make, not as an attorney though, so maybe it's better to let you start with your thoughts. And then I think this is the most infantile response. I don't know what attorney would allow Kramer to put this kind of response in writing. And then I just told everybody, and you probably already know this, but Kurt Kramer's lawyer is Gibson Dunn, and it's this guy Marshall R. King. He's the partner at Gibson Dunn. Mm-hmm. He went to Princeton and Harvard as you did.
It's actually my son. My son's the Harvard grad.
King.
I want to give him
your son's the Harvard grad.
Yeah, I give my son full credit. He's the Harvard. He's Columbia. He's had an interesting summer. He's Columbia Harvard.
Wow.
Been a lot of activity for him.
Does he think that there's anti-Jewish or anti-Zionist activities at Columbia? And are they paid for by someone else?
I don't know if I haven't asked him that question. He lives in New York, so he's experienced, he's kind of in the middle of it. He feels uncomfortable about that.
I don't blame him. Blame him.
Yeah. So it's not the best environment, obviously, for them. He just, as it turned out, he was in Europe the past week. He went to Italy, as my sweatshirt indicates. And but yeah, it's difficult. And I think New York's kind of in a state of chaos to some degree.
Well, is it as black and white as if you protest you're anti-Jew, or is it more complicated?
No, I mean, I think it's a really complicated. I think it's people have different motivations, different intentions. I understand why people would be listen, everybody should be anti the war, because nobody likes the war. Yeah, so we should start off there. But in terms of like the dispute, it's such an emotional dispute, and people can be, I understand people have very emotional opinions both way. I don't like the fact that there are professionals that get involved, that exacerbate the situations or get paid. Just that's their job.
Yeah,
And in most of those protests, you see, whatever the protest, you see some percentage that are anarchists that usually make up the most amount of trouble. And I'm sure in these groups, there are that. But if from a Jewish perspective, and I'm not a religious person, it's numbers, so it's intimidating because you're a small group and others are big numbers, and people get excited. So I can imagine it'd be intimidating on campus.
Yeah, it's terrible. I'm sorry he's going through that. I mean, it's awful to be. It shouldn't be that way. That you feel isolated. I don't know what the word is. Isolated, under attack.
Yeah. Well, it's
not safe.
It's something that I think for most minorities, most Jews, I'm speaking for everybody, of course, but for myself, is you kind of feel it's there, but most times it's no big deal, so you just kind of ignored it. This kind of situation, it's not so ignorable, and it's especially for people that haven't gone through it or had any experience. I'm sure it's an awakening and a difficult time.
Yeah, I hate it all. I hate all intolerance and blind dislike of people just for a characteristic. It doesn't make any sense.
Now, I don't remember because we're about the same age, I think. You remember we were both young, but you remember the protests, the Vietnam protests?
Well, I was a kid and I lived overseas. So I voraciously read the Time. Well, and I was, like I said, I was a kid, but I read Time and Newsweek in Life when it came, and the International Herald Tribune. But I probably looked more for the Yankees scores then instead of anything else. But it was there in the news, the Vietnam War, and then we came back to DC one summer, and the riots happened. But where I get confused is, were we actually here, or am I conflating it and we just missed it? But the riots when Martin Luther King was killed were right here. Actually, they were right along this street. And so I was very much aware.
68. That's right. 1968. Yeah.
And I was young, of course. I was a boy.
Oh, yeah. That's interesting because I had forgotten. So I had an encounter. I was 9. Yeah, I was 9. So, and it was June of that same year. And Robert Kennedy was I think he was going to win the Democratic nomination. That's at least the way it appeared.
I think he was going to win. Yeah.
And it was before the June primary in California. And he was in a motorcade. Just the irony. He's in a motorcade, completely open, number one, driving down a street. There was a bunch of people there. I was there with my parents, and I reached out and shook his hand.
Wow.
As the motorcade went by, and he got shot the next night. And that was before Dr. King got shot. That was a really tough time. I just kind of remember the strife on the campuses. I was a little kid, but I was pretty I was pretty precocious, and I was also like a news hound, so I liked information. Yeah. So I just remember the how the campuses were and how the environment was. So it kind of reminds me somewhat a little bit of that time in terms of the enthusiasm, I would say.
Well, but I don't think, now that you mention it, there was a lot of intolerance for the protesters too.
Absolutely.
So that's an interesting observation.
I think there were less outsiders probably involved also. So it was probably it
was more homegrown.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or what, organic.
Yeah.
Than there's rumors that these protests are organized, paid for. But anyway, I don't want to.
I think there was a lawsuit that was filed. I think it was filed yesterday by, I don't remember who filed it, but they filed it against an organization that they claim was funding certain members to incite the college students. And if that's true, I hope they're successful in exposing it.
I think they might be distracting us from something. Maybe it's the war, but it also might be a financial sleight of hand. I don't know.
I don't know.
We're everything's so uncertain right now.
Yeah, I know it's interesting because I think everybody feels a level of discomfort that doesn't quite match the news, right? For the past year,
something's coming.
We all feel it. We all feel it. Maybe we're all wrong. It's possible, but we all kind of feel something, and it's interesting. I found the Kramer part interesting. I'm going back to the Kramer part. I read the complaint, and obviously it was just filed, so nothing's happened. But I thought it was interesting that they had pled basically to two priors, the 2013 and 2016, with different.
I thought it was 2011. No, okay, 13. All right, okay.
I might be referring to the date of when they entered into a deal.
Yeah, okay.
But it was interesting because they agreed to both of those, and by the way, there were other entity names for those that are not the same ones that are relevant today, but they agreed. So, when the comment was, it was interesting when you said you were talking about the comment, they didn't reach out to us, basically, kind of that story.
Yeah.
Maybe they figured, well, we could just blow these guys away again. They'll still come back to us, so we'll have an opportunity to at least negotiate something or to put them off. And maybe they were surprised that they didn't have that encounter this time. That's not a defense, by the way. That's stupidity. But it could be that they were just fooled because of their prior dealings with the SEC.
Well, you're an attorney. Would you let your client put in writing?
No.
Basically an accusation that the SEC is lying?
I wouldn't let my client put out anything.
Right.
Zero.
This is arrogance.
Well, it's just giving something for the other side to depose him on. That's all. That's to me like, so I would.
What do you mean? This becomes evidence?
I would. When I took his deposition, I would show him the letter, and I'd start asking about, when you said this, what did you mean? When you said this, what do you mean? And you want to be discreet. You don't want to expose yourself. You don't want to make yourself more likely to be impeached on the stand, where your credibility is attacked. And here is an example. And maybe, by the way, sometimes the attorneys have no control over their clients, right? So if Elon Musk was my client and he says, I want to do X, Y, and Z, if I want Elon Musk to be my client, I need to do X, Y, and Z. So it might be the case that the attorney is getting paid a lot of money. It's an important client, and he elects to defer. He tells his client, it's dumb, it's going to hurt you, but I can't stop you. And, like that. But it does reflect a degree of arrogance, but it also reflects the fact that he thinks he's gotten away with it for quite some time. So his arrogance is probably earned in some degree. And even in this complaint, which I read, I think they claim $75 million in profits approximately over that 5-year period for that group, that group of what they know. I have to be very narrow. We don't know how many other entities they were operating at the same time, if with other associated entities, because I know it's a family operation, right? The Kramers. This is just Kurt with a C is only one. So I think there's probably other transactions, other monies we don't know about, and but I do believe it would be great if they gave them, I called it the death penalty, the business death penalty. They basically shut them down, take away the license, say bye-bye. And somebody like this should have made enough money to go.
He is arrogant, and he feels like he gets away with all this, and he's very clever. But in here, I'm trying to find it. I was intrigued to see a reference to an investigation that Kurt Kramer gave testimony in an investigation. They didn't really explain what the investigation was. And I'm wondering, do you think there was an investigation that involved taking his testimony and more over the
Well,
last year or so, or 2 years?
Yeah, the result of this particular lawsuit may have been an investigation. So they may have done an investigation. Through the investigation, they found certain evidence and they decided to go forward, just like they could have decided not to go forward, just like they do in those criminal matters also, which this is not, but where they send out a Wells notice. And again, I'm not a criminal attorney. I'm not a Wells notice attorney. I do bank at Wells Fargo, but it's not the same thing. But
Your first bad joke.
Okay. But with those Wells notices, I think there's like a time frame by which they have to prosecute. So once they serve them, like in the MMTLP, MMAT ballpark, I think Palicaris and Berta both got them. They were good for a period of time and then they could be extended. But in the end, 6 months. And if you weren't prosecuted within 6 months, then that was done. So I don't know in this case if what they did.
So if there was an investigation going on, which I think you believe this is the result of an investigation, how come Steph Kramer's not in there? How come the investors aren't in there? How come Charlie Mayo's not in there? Is there a reason they only focused on Kurt Kramer?
Yeah, I think so. Because if you look at the way they described his participation, he is the sole guy. The way they described it, in terms of those entities and how he conducted business, it was him. And I think if that's their theory, if they start bringing in other people, then it kind of cuts against that theory, and they could still go against those other people separately. I would bet you that they are thinking of doing that if they haven't already, pulled the trigger on it.
So what's the likelihood, since Gibson Dunn represents Kurt Kramer, that they filed this and they're going to settle it and it's just going to be a slap on the wrist? Hey, you didn't do anything. We didn't do anything. And you agree never to be bad again. What's the likelihood of that result?
I think there would be more of a penalty because of the current time and the pressure. I mean, I don't think maybe this wouldn't even happened without the pressure. Maybe it just would have been another round. Maybe in fact they didn't have communication with them because of that, and they were concerned about how it's going to look if we have communication. So I would expect the penalty to be more severe, but it should be done because it's 2 violations of the same type of conduct. It's an agreement not to do it again. If you're if you're a thief and you can't help yourself, I mean, I'm sorry for you if you're a thief, but you should be in a different line of work. And that's really not my fault. That's really his fault.
What's a tolling agreement? Tolling, is that and maybe I'm got the wrong
well,
wording.
there's such a thing is because everything has a statute.
They mention it here for these. I can't find any of my references. I should have printed it out, but it seems to imply that because he agreed to you said 2013, 2016, something like that, he signed those, but that held in place the ability of the SEC to charge him on those if he violated his signature. Am I wrong on that?
Yeah, no, I think you're basically correct. The way it would work is if that didn't happen, they couldn't go back, but the issue might be just a straight statute of limitations. The time to bring the claim might have expired. And usually a tolling agreement means that the statute of limitations
freezes the clock.
Stops. Yeah. So then
he could still be exposed for violating his own signature back before.
Yeah, it's basically like he's violated the terms of his probation. He just, in essence.
Because this is a pretty strong word here. A 2-time recidivist violator of federal securities laws.
I saw that. I also think it's a tough word to say, honestly.
Recidivist
yeah, I think so. No, yeah, 2-time. 2-time is sometimes very difficult to say. It was interesting. It was placed in there. And again, what I think is the guy's been convicted, or no, he didn't get convicted. He agreed to an outcome that was fairly negative. If he did that, he's done it 1 million times. It's not like that was the first 2 times that he was undertaking that behavior, just the first times he got caught. So this time, again, I think the proper penalty is to kick him out of the business.
But he's not. See, his argument: we're not in the business.
Yeah. Well, we agree with you.
What
We
are you
agree.
kicking him out of?
Yeah, I think that's what you got. That's what the claim is. You weren't in the business. Yeah.
Well, that's the good point too.
Yeah.
And they have a lot of. It's interesting. A lot of the footnotes. I've done videos, from back on some of these. So what are the odds that they all? And I maybe already asked this. They already have a deal set up because these attorneys want to work at Gibson Dunn.
I think it would be a bad time to do it. So I don't think so. And I think, unless that the attorney or the letter that was placed today was a plant just to kind of give cover for something that, he thought that they were being unfair. But I just don't think the circumstances and the time make sense to have a easy deal for somebody who just kind of lied to you directly multiple times.
Just blithely signs and goes and does it again.
And it's this particular complaint. And again, understand they probably did an audit. They didn't look at every single transaction ever done. They just kind of looked at a particular period. I think it's January.
Well, they got the trade blotters. It says here they got the trade blotters on these 3 examples. I should have. I don't know how to highlight on my computer, but it said they referred to trade blotters, which to me means blue sheets.
Yeah, I saw the 3 they cited. They cited 3 tickers. I looked today on one of them. It was up. It's one of those favorite ones you like. It was 0.001 cents, and I think it was up 50% today. So it was 0.0015 cents. Yeah, I don't know what all they looked at, but it's more. I don't know if they looked at the scope of what Kramer had control over. They may have just looked at the things that were the easiest for them to look at. The 3 entities. I mean, I don't believe that's all he's connected with.
Go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No problem. I don't believe that's all he would be associated with because he has like a lot. That seems to be like he's good at that. He's good at creating new entities to use for whatever purpose. So if they caught him with 3, I would guess, he had more than 3. And also, just to be cynical, I'll be a little more cynical. June of 2023 is when it stops, right? That's when the view stops. Yeah, that's when the view stops. Doesn't mean he stopped. So he can add another year's worth of activity that's not included in there.
Yeah. I think what they're trying to do is very tightly define that he violated securities laws as it relates to being an unregistered securities dealer. And they're not going anywhere else like I want to do because I'm not a lawyer, but they want to keep it tight so they can win. And
in the prior actions, theoretically they got the money back that was the profit. So I think it was 1.4 million in one and like 560,000 in the other, which they gave him a payment plan, which I thought was funny. So the guy is making, he's stealing money and they still give him a payment plan. Okay. I guess he made good on his payment plan, but it's 560 grand, out of how much money they misappropriated.
We don't have to talk about it here. I did it on my video, but this is just part of the money he's making. But this is what they can prove, and this is what they can convict him on.
Yeah.
What do you think the penalty is? He clearly lied to the SEC. These are security fraud. Is he just going to go? Is he going to go to jail or prison, or is he just going to have to pay back money and he gets to be an arrogant prick for the rest of his life?
Most likely the latter, unfortunately. I don't know if he's would he be a good poster boy for don't do it? I think Alpine's a better poster boy for don't do it. They're worse. They're worse. I think unfortunately it's most times if the SEC or can get a positive result and get money back, that's kind of a win for them.
They want the win so they
Yeah.
can,
Yeah. That's how they keep their job.
or how they rotate into a job at Gibson Dunn or somewhere else.
Or Citadel or wherever they're.
So they want to order the cancellation of any rights and the convertible notes.
Which I liked.
It's nice, but that's such a small part of it.
And of course, of course, and I suggested this, and I suggested this on something else. So we have 300 and whatever number of microcaps that have been impacted.
325 is what I remember.
All we see is 3, right? They just disclosed 3 of them. So we don't know the other 322. So it would be nice if somebody, I don't know who that would be, wherever these guys are located. I think he's located in New York, I believe. That's his home address. It would be nice. This would be a situation where somebody could sue before they sue. And I'm not a New York lawyer, but one of those petitions we heard, the pre-litigation petitions in New York, where you can prove there's some wrong being committed, but you don't know who the defendant is. In this case, unless there's a disclosure of all those microcaps, you don't know if you have a claim against this particular gentleman. So we know that he did some bad stuff, so it's not hard to prove that because we have the complaint and we have 2 prior incidences. But it would be nice if some attorney or group or somebody in New York file a petition against him, asking for the disclosure of all the microcaps that were influenced. I also think the same thing should be done for against Goldman Sachs. Whoever, because who knows if they have a claim against Goldman Sachs, right? When they have those fines they pay, and I'm using Goldman Sachs like you use Goldman Sachs.
It's a place
generic, the generic word, they get fined for whatever. They never disclose who the tickers are. So we, the injured parties, we are the injured parties, but we have no idea if we apply. And I've thought about this, and again, it has to be in a state that allows it. But when there's wrongdoing, because that's usually the issue, but there's an admission, so we get over that hurdle. It would be nice if somebody sued like Goldman Sachs for disclosure of all those tickers. Why not? And what's the justification in not disclosing it? Anyway, if it was doable in California, I would. In California, we're behind the times. We have to wait for a lawsuit to be filed, and then we can kind of pretend.
By the way, Matilda was the defendant. That's if you know your Tom Waits.
Oh, okay.
Wasted and Wounded.
He's a very, very good songwriter, right?
Yeah. He was a drunk, but he was a great songwriter. Great songwriter. So anyway, then they have this other relief. This is where I wish the court, can we write the court with other relief ideas, or just
you
leave
can?
it up to
I think they'll end up in the garbage can, but you could do whatever you want. And just to put it in context, so in that what you're reading from the prayer, that's the relief section. So that's what somebody's asking. That doesn't mean the court's going to give it to you.
Do it.
Yeah.
See, what I'm afraid is they're going to have it signed, and he's just going to. Is that an Alford plea when they say they agree? Or maybe that's a different context.
That's what Batman used to do. The Alfred plea, I believe.
Oh Lordy, that's Alfred.
The butler, of course,
not Alford.
Yeah,
he could afford Alfred.
But you were going to say one particular item in that prayer kind of concerned you.
Well, I'm just worried that he. Well, I'll be blunt. Disgorgement of ill-gotten gains it's nothing to him. This is just a small part of the whole scheme.
Plus, you have to collect. I mean, people don't understand the concept. So I get a judgment against this guy for $1 billion. That's nice, but now I have to find that $1 billion.
That's like the Nicole Simpson family against OJ.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to collect. It's going to be tough to collect. So he's not going to voluntarily provide it. And, when we're talking about Alpine and what they're doing in the interim about hiding assets, protect, that's what they do. And there's attorneys that their practices are exactly that, asset protection. They charge lots of money and they create these very, very complicated offshore trusts that are supposed to, make it very difficult to collect. And they do make it very difficult to collect.
So they've had time.
Yeah, they've had time. But listen, if they get kicked out and they can't do their dastardly deeds and somebody has to buy, ultimately we're talking about a buy-in, right? So if somebody,
let's go to that. Does this cause the buy-in?
Well, yeah. I had somebody who's like, who's anti this whole stuff. And he said that the move yesterday was in response to that. And in other words, there was a positive move yesterday in the stock of GTII. Yeah. And he thought it was that announcement. He didn't think it was warranted, by the way. That was his point. But he said that's what he would expect. I would expect it too, but expect it for a different reason. I think, if Alpine, I don't think there has to be a conclusion, backing up. I don't know what causes a short squeeze. I don't know if there will be a short squeeze. I think it's more the events that we don't know and that the other side can't prepare for defense, where it's more likely to happen. But I don't know if, on next Tuesday, the Court of Appeals denies Alpine's appeal. It's not the end, but maybe a bunch of shorts get uncomfortable and they start to cover. Somebody told me that if there were 2 million short, this is what they exactly said. And I have no idea, by the way, if this is correct. But they said if 2 million shorts covered, the price of the stock would go from where it is today to $1, just with 2 million covered. That was what he said. Didn't give me like an analysis, but that's what he said. And he said, because of that, it was unlikely that they would be covering now. But I saw yesterday there was a lot more trading than normal. There was, I think, a couple million shares that were traded. I don't know if that was just very happy retail buying or that was some short covering, deciding at 15 cents, we might as well get out now. But I think there's going to be a point where they are going to make that decision. There's going to be, the writing's going to be on the wall. It won't be the worst time for them to get out, and they'll just do it because it'll be the best financial decision.
Just with this little bit of data from these two brothers, you can see that this business is profitable for prime brokers. 325, 2,000 notes. Yep. Says here hundreds of billions of shares. That's just what the SEC is talking about. There's more than that.
Yeah, they said they lent out $135 million. They got back 60. These are rough numbers. 66 million
out of the market. Anyway.
Yeah, 66 million they got back in cash. They got back 90 million worth of shares, but that's at a big discount, right? You even described it. They get like the best price on those shares. Nobody gets that
down,
price.
and then they get a discount.
And then they get the lowest. Yeah, they really cram the price down.
The greed is so incredible. Go on with your point.
Yeah. So, and then they made a $60 million profit on that sale of those shares that they got on a discount. And that's only what we know.
Well, if you go up here to, if I can find it, I'm not going to find it right away, but I'll explain it while I'm looking. They talk about how they, like you said, they lent out something like 135, which is it's not real money. They sell stock that doesn't exist. The money's there. It's all exaggerated. But anyway, they say that, but they only recovered something like 60 million, or if I can find it. So there's a gap. Yeah. So how do they live the high life with that massive loss? Because they're making money elsewhere. They're making money counterfeiting the shares. They get kickbacks, I think, too. They're just a front as far as
I think again, I think this is just limited to what they were able to find easily. But well,
I wonder on that. I wonder because that's either they can't find more or they made a decision, they know more, but they made a decision, we want to nail him on issuing newly issued stock without being a registered broker. And that's how they focused everything. And to bring anything else in might distract from proving that.
Maybe. I just was annoyed at the fact that they let this percolate for 6 years. Because, again, it's not like they didn't know these guys were up to no good. They started, but that's before.
They killed 325 additional companies since they signed the cease and desist.
Yeah, that's kind of like, it reminds me of the Alpine.
That they filed here. It's probably more than that.
It's got to be more than that. But it doesn't remind you of the Alpine, after 100 years of dastardly deeds, now we're going to give you that final. You're not going to do it. And then 35,000 times after that. And then we're moved to do something.
Count to 10. You better not. I'm going to count to 5 now.
Yeah. So the question is, and that was your question. So why don't they act? So, what occurs to me, and I don't know, but you got to believe that there are people being paid off, right? I don't believe
they're all paid off. This lawyer Nadich wouldn't have a job without this.
Well,
Gibson Dunn is beholden to this.
Yeah.
All the prime brokers. I mean, it's so much money.
Yeah, I'm talking about that's legitimate payoffs, quote unquote. I'm talking about illegitimate payoffs. I would think, regulators, some regulators, a regulator has to get paid here and there. And, when we scratch our heads about why some things just don't make sense, sometimes that's why they don't make sense, because people are being influenced. My thought.
I just did this arithmetic, which could be wrong because I'm terrible at it. But if you sold 100 billion shares and you got 1,000% I think I did this right, you make $100 million. There's a lot of money in this business.
Yeah,
and
well, yeah.
No one wants to kill it. Those numbers might be wrong, but the idea is the magnitude is just so big.
But you're right. If you got 90 billion shares, you don't need a big spread to make a boatload of money, right?
The prime broker, the market maker, the candlestick breaker.
Yeah, you don't have to make $5 a share and to do okay. And and it wouldn't work. At some point, even those guys know that they can't be over the top greedy, or else it would be noticed. They have to kind of steal money quietly. They're whatever.
So greedy. You read this. Even in the notes, they have maximum interest, and then if they default, they have a day to pay. They're so greedy beyond the criminality they're already doing.
Not only that, you have to put it in context, because that's 2018 through 2023. Interest rates were nothing during that period of time. So they're 8 to 12. I think it was 8 to 12% they're charging. That is like 11% over prime.
God.
Yeah, I know. But they made a boatload of money. They were getting away with it. Perhaps they were comfortable, again, because they knew that nobody was
on a no admit, no deny basis. Do you think that's coming again? Kramer is a recidivist violator of federal securities laws, having twice agreed on a no admit, no deny basis to settled SEC administrative actions, finding that he and entities he controlled engaged in the illegal sale of unregistered penny stocks. And he just said his lawyer, he just put out a release. They never went after him. It's right there.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess one of the other elements of relief in the prayer that he couldn't be involved in penny stocks anymore also.
Yeah, they're barring him from penny stocks, but I've seen the movie before with him. I mean, what does it stop him?
Oh, if it's just business as usual, then it's just business as usual. What I'm hoping is because I think the times are different, and somebody is going to get posterized.
Yeah,
really. You know what I mean? Somebody's going to be, the government's going to use somebody. We did our job. Here it is. And somebody's going to get squashed. It might be him.
So what is this? I mean, you can jump in with your own thoughts because I don't know that my non-legal mind is going to the right questions, but does this have any impact on the lawsuit or the pending action against Alpine? And maybe you can describe, I'm confused that Alpine was supposed to be kicked out. Was it last month or is it this month, pending a review or a stay?
It was April 20. So Alpine has two different branches that are going after them. So FINRA is going after them, and the NSCC, DTCC are trying to exclude them, so they don't have clearing. They can't clear, and they're done. Basically, two separate tracks. One was in Utah, one's in DC. So the one in DC, they tried to do an expedited expulsion of them for that. We were just kind of alluding to them, the 35,000 violations of the cease and desist order. They challenged that up. They challenged it. It went up on appeal. That appeal is pending, whether that expedited expulsion proceeding can go forward. That's what the subject of that appeal in DC. It was submitted at the end of March. Sometime this month, I would expect the decision. So that's about
expedited expulsion. It started 2 years ago.
I know. Expedited, I put in quotation marks. But that's one angle, and that's FINRA. So the other one is the DTCC. How many C's can I put in there? And the NSCCCC. And they're trying to kick them out.
DBMMM.
Yeah, triple M. They did it already. So they conducted a disciplinary hearing. They found you, and the issue with them on this particular side was because they were deemed a risk, they were required to post $10 million. There were 149 other entities that were also deemed a risk and asked to post $10 million. It turned out, unfortunately, when they talked about their ability to post that $10 million, they weren't truthful. So they were found to have been
Who's they?
Being Alpine. They said,
who was that? Is that John Hurry?
They didn't say who specifically the person was. They just described the entity, but they misled everybody. They didn't have the $10 million, and whatever they had borrowed. So as a result, they were deemed an additional credit risk. They said, get out of here. And that's started the proceeding. Now, I mentioned there was 150 other entities that were deemed a risk that also had a post. Alpine was the only one that was the problem out of the 150. So those are already 150 of more risky securities. And of that 150 or risky brokers, let's say, mom and pop, whatever, of that 150, only Alpine couldn't meet that qualification.
They're making a conscious decision to walk away from it, I think.
Or they just didn't have the ability to raise the capital because it's $10 million. That $10 million probably has to go to legal fees somewhere because they're spending, millions, I'm sure, in legal fees.
Kramers were 2,000 notes, 325 companies. They probably did it all through Alpine in Scottsdale.
They may have, but it's still expensive. So effective April 25th, there was an expulsion order, but they sought a stay, and in effect, they kind of gave them till May 26th before it would really be effective.
That's the DTCC.
Yeah. And in the meantime, they're going to ask for a stay. They'll either ask, they've already asked, and there's going to be a hearing. My guess is there probably will be a stay at some point in time.
For what reason?
Because if they don't give them a stay, then they're out of business, and then they'll go back to court anyway. So they're going to challenge it in court whether they give them a stay or not. And if they go to court, they'll probably use that DC appellate court case as kind of argument. And they're going to say, at this point in time, there's no reason not to give us a stay until the review is done. There will be a review that'll be done fairly quickly by the SEC, probably less than 6 months. And
they're
then they'll
not
have
in business, though.
Yeah, they're still in business. I agree. With a cease and desist. So maybe they could go after them again. And And eventually that goes to the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal is the last review. So yeah, unfortunately, that's the realistic part. But my point was, it doesn't, in my mind, it doesn't have to make it to the end. I don't think the end is going to be the end. I think the end is going to be before the end. In other words, whatever event.
Very Churchillian.
I know. Thank you. What I mean is that I think whatever
This is
event.
not the end. It's the end
of the
middle.
I think what'll happen is there'll be some event long before the end, like them being out of business. That'll be the trigger.
Is Alpine in receivership now?
No.
Is Alpine run by John Hurry right now?
Somebody. I couldn't really tell you. I don't think like he's listed as. I think he controls.
Alpine run by somebody the DTCC is in charge?
No. That's my point. I think that FINRA, the SEC, for all this nonsense, it's not like it's tough to prove that Alpine doesn't deserve to exist in business. They've really aptly demonstrated it for everybody. My point was, for the last year and a half, the SEC should go into federal court, get a receiver appointed, take over the business. That's it. You have a full record of incidents. It would happen in a second. The reason I suspect they don't want to do that is because that would give up their power. That would be a way in which they have then given up jurisdiction to the federal courts directly, and they would have less ability to adjudicate things in their own system, which they like, because that gives them power, gives them the ability to raise money, that gives them the ability to exist, in a way.
Is Alpine, whoever's running it, are they able to move assets during this time?
Yeah.
So there's nothing going to be there if and when they finally have to give it up.
Yeah, that's the question. I know everybody asked that question. So what happens? Who's going to pay? Listen, I'm taking this on faith. My understanding is ultimately, and it could be wrong. I think if it's wrong, then we got a bigger problem. But I think there's an ultimate backstop. The DTCC, in my understanding, is the ultimate backstop. And they'll collect from all the brokers. They'll get money from all the brokers. But if there's money to be needed, they got a big enough balance sheet. They could pay.
I agree with that. That's a different. I don't think we're close to that yet. The buy-in and the losses yet. But I'm just wondering if John Hurry's been moving assets.
Well, if you remember, his operation was offshore anyway. He had the place in the Caymans. He had a broker.
So Alpine was probably just a
front.
Patipkin village anyway.
Yeah, because I remember I think I did a video on it like 9 months ago that they ran all their trades that were not generated in the United States through the brokerage in the Caymans. So all the European trades, Asian trades, whatever, they would never make it to Alpine in the States. They'd be run through his entity offshore in the Caymans. And who's following those? I'm sure he's paying all his taxes on those, and I'm sure they're all legitimate. I'm sure they're all legitimate, and none of them are counterfeit shares, I'm sure. Yeah, so that's the unfortunate thing. Hopefully we have somebody who, all we need is one prosecution. That's all. One big name prosecution.
I just put one of these baby boys into prison.
That's
and
it.
It'll stop.
That's it. One for at Rikers or someplace. Let them have 10 years. Make it public, and it will discourage. It will absolutely discourage.
As you've studied this and learned about it, do you think it was just the case of a lot of people with help of lawyers just pushing the boundaries, and it grew so big that the regulators can't follow it, don't know it? Or is there some sort of complicity going on where big pools of money are training people? That's my leaning. They're training people how to do this. And I guess I don't know how to make that a good question. Is it just, has it just sort of grown up this way, or has it intentionally
Well, it's
been,
grown up because of the algorithmic trading. That's,
yeah,
that's increased over time. It's
yeah,
also, different because social media exists, and you could probably influence stocks all different kinds of ways through social media, which also kind of lets us, because obviously we wouldn't have, part of it's ignorance also, right? We'd have no ability 30 years ago to get this information if it was occurring at that time. And so, as far as I would know, it wouldn't exist. So when I started following this, which is, fairly recently, I had no idea of the depths of the nonsense that goes on. Now, I
I
don't know.
knew, I
I
knew
don't
a
know if it's,
little bit. I think it's called Regulation F or D or K or F, maybe it comes to mind. But the foreign harbor rule, where they would do some of this in offerings, IPOs, secondaries. But I thought it was just on the edge, and it was just kind of looked the other way for big accounts. But
where I first saw it, just to give you like my point of reference, was on Lucid
on
Motors.
Lucy,
Lucid, Lucit,
Lucy, yeah.
Lucille Ball. That was the first thing I saw. I followed it, and I got killed one day on it. So I was it was a SPAC. It was crazy. So one day, it moved from like 20 to 57 in a day, like that, for no reason, just because the SPACs were in. And then all of a sudden, one afternoon, and I didn't have the ability to make the trade,
$2 or
unfortunately.
something.
It went from like 57 to 13 while I'm watching it that whole afternoon. And but as I went in and I kind of looked at what happened, is I noticed that the CEO, in my opinion, was lying about material information. He got sued, and the what I thought he was lying about, I was correct, but he got his bunch of his money, and the company, if you look at the stock now, it's like at 2. I think that's the value. It's owned by the Saudis. The Saudis have like a big interest in it now, because that's the only way it could stay afloat. They had to capitalize it. They were originally in the SPAC, and then they needed money, so they put up the sovereign. What I guess
So
the sovereign.
they went to yeah.
Yeah,
I was going to make a comment. I'll keep it to myself because it runs the risk of being, but that's, you go get bailed out with money that's not as sensitive to how much equity they get in the company.
true. I also thought,
Um,
it was a way of the Saudis kind of diversifying, so it made sense to me. But the point was, the CEO, his representation was false every quarter on the same issue, and it got worse as time went on. And my point was, it made me think, wow, the guy I thought he was lying straight out, and it made me think differently about the market. That just one particular ticker.
hmm. Um, we can, I wish I'd printed out so I gave you references better, but we've talked about Kramer's GTI and all that. On GTII, we could talk about the dividend. We could also talk about other things.
Yeah.
This gentleman, Market Watcher, could we discuss the GTII proxy, please? We don't have to. I'm just suggesting to you we could go slightly.
I spoke to it, just so you can get an idea. If that's the question.
What's the question?
Can we talk about the GTI proxy, please?
Yeah. That's
I can answer, because I actually explored the issue. And I don't know if this is accurate. Again, not legal advice. I'm not a Nevada attorney, and they were considering doing it.
What are you?
I know. Not much. I'm more of a disclosure attorney. I tell you what, I'm not. But I spoke to a Nevada attorney, and he said to do a proxy, basically you're going to try to take over the company, get rid of the board, vote the existing management out, replace. He said 200 to 300 grand.
I wish I'd said it, but I was just going to tell you $250,000.
Yeah. But the entry price, like the upfront, wasn't crazy. So to get started, it was like 10 to 20 grand. It wasn't hysterical, but you'd have to either have deep pockets or put a group together. And then, by the way, I did explore that with him also. So I asked him, are you willing to do something like if you put a group together? Yeah, he said, fine, but you'd have like a lead, somebody lead who would be speaking on behalf of the group. Not that they would bind the group, but they would just for convenience sake. But that's kind of the price category. It's doable. He actually suggested, since we're talking about it, he actually suggested alternatives to that might be able to get you to where you wanted anyway. One was a receivership that we mentioned, where you have somebody come in, basically take over the operation of the business. In Nevada, they have something that's a little less than a receivership. That's called a custodianship. That is a little less costly, a little less power. The problem with these particular remedies that I'm mentioning now, like a receivership, is
Bankruptcy judge?
no, it's the cost. You got to pay the receiver. So it could cost you 10 or 15
of the action as well.
Well, it could cost you 10 or 15,000 a month for the receiver, just for the receiver. And problem is, like for GTII, you have no income. If it's like an apartment building or something, you could take part of the rents and pay the receiver. That's kind of what it's best used for, by the way. Is sometimes when people take over commercial property or something like that, they'll put a receiver, they'll collect rents, they'll pay the receiver, whatever, but no income makes it expensive. Custodianship slightly less, but those remedies that I just mentioned, the receivership and the custodianship, probably cheaper, and you'd get to the end than a proxy fight. That's what the lawyer.
20 grand a year, I guess. So it's cheaper than 250.
Yeah, that's what the attorney said. Because it might be the case also that same attorney, since it's I can be public information, it's nothing private. So the same attorney has had interactions with the CEO of GTII, had prior lawsuits. I don't know this for a fact. I'm just telling you what he told me. He had prior lawsuits with GTII's CEO, and he was representing investment groups who had a beef with the CEO, and usually involved that the investment group thought that either the CEO or GTII owed him a bunch of shares, and the CEO of GTII didn't want to capitulate, so it ended up in litigation. And he described it that was more than one of these, wasn't just one. And in his dealings, if what he told me is accurate, it ended up that the CEO agreed to pay the shares or most of the shares, and they went on their merry way. So this particular lawyer has already had interactions with the CEO of GTII, as it turns out.
Was that before he went into the home? Just kidding.
No, that was. Listen, I feel bad. Listen, I've met plenty of people that were, well, okay, I take it back. I've met plenty of people, but I've met some people at 100 that were sharper than me. At 85, what I am. I mean, just because the CEO is 80 doesn't mean that he has to be beyond him. It just happens to be my belief that this particular gentleman is beyond his abilities at this point in time.
Yeah, I appreciate that distinction.
Yeah, really, because I don't like, there's no reason that somebody at that age isn't competent, because there's plenty of people that are.
And he may be. I don't know. Yeah. And I don't, there's a fine line where I don't like making fun of people if they don't, it's.
Yeah. No, I agree. Listen, it's not like you and I are spring chickens here, right? We're not far off that age if we get there. Hopefully we get there.
What are you trying to tell me?
I'm not trying to, I'm speaking for myself, of course, only. But it's a sad situation that he's stuck, and surprising. That's all I can say. Surprising it's got to that point.
Well, there's the human nature, I think, of if you're delaying gratification and then time's gone by, and then you say, wait a minute, I'm going to go ahead and, eat the cookies in the jar. Maybe that's going on. But I also just thought, I know from sort of September, in my memory, August, September range, he didn't want to give up control. And that
Yep.
was the battle. And it's been that long. And I've tried to, I could never come out and say sell because I didn't know he wouldn't give up control.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I knew it wasn't a good indication.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like, a lack of competency. I don't know, or just an inability to give up control. But I do know that, in my opinion, it's the wrong decision.
It's the wrong decision.
Yeah.
And it's also understandable. I've gone through it. You're more mature in life than I am, but it was when my uncles died. My first uncle died. I just realized all of a sudden I was older, and it hadn't ever registered with me. But I was sitting with my other uncle, and it occurred to me, and maybe that's just what's going on with him. He hasn't really adjusted to the fact, as I once said to him, I feel like he's aged out. Maybe he hasn't accepted that.
Yeah, listen, what you were just saying kind of rings true to me, is because when I look in the mirror, it's not the person I am feeling right now. It's some strange guy who looks a lot older than I feel internally. It's really funny. That's something, as you age, it's really incredible how you don't perceive your own age. You just don't. You don't feel the way I notice it when I compare myself to others, and you see others age. And that's the only way I can kind of get a real grasp upon mine. But it does sneak up on you. And when I was like a youngster, and I certainly didn't get it then, is I just didn't understand that at age 65, I'd feel pretty much the same up here. I'm much more experienced. I got a lot more crap up here, but I don't feel that much different than I did when I was 25, up here in terms of age, except when I go to the mirror or when I try to play pickleball.
Or when no one looks back at you when you try to flirt with them.
It's kind of sad. Unless you got a lot of green in your hand, then they look back.
I think in human conflict or human situations, when I was working at Merrill Lynch, and I went through a downtime, and maybe girlfriend, but it was business, and you get that lack of confidence in the heart. I called my grandmother. She had 25 grandchildren.
Wow.
And she's the only person always on the other end of the phone, and she knew who I was. She said, "Hello, dear. How are you?" And she could talk all politics. We could talk anyway. I opened up to her and I said, "Graham, I've got to tell you, this is all going hard, but I feel like I'm 8 years old inside. I'm petrified." And she said to me, I never forgot it. She said, "Dear, all of us feel that way. We all feel like we're 8 years old inside." And since, in many situations in life since, when I feel threatened or there's a big guy, person crying, I think to myself, they feel 8 years old inside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fake it till you make it, right?
Yeah. And I read your story. My dad once called me into he liked to get out of the shower naked, and he's shaving with Bill, come on. And I'm like, "Dad, can you no, come on. I want to show you something." So he's standing there dripping and shaving. And he says, "Look in the mirror." And I looked, I saw him. I said, "Yeah." He says, "That's what you see. This is what I see." And he had a picture of his 19-year-old naval ensign picture up in the corner. And that's exactly what Yeah. Aging is funny.
Yeah, it is interesting.
So do you want to talk at all about, I got a lot of questions.
The GTII dividend. You asked me about the dividend?
Or the GTII dividend would be great. I can tell you my experience, which I'll shut up right now. But
no, go ahead.
Let's hear what you. No. I've been talking too much. I'll let you go. But
yeah, so unfortunately, I didn't qualify for the dividend, so I'm just a spectator. My purchase of shares was after the date that was the relevant date. but I started to follow it. So my understanding is brokerage, and I'll use Fidelity. So I think the issue is that somebody told me they had a conversation with one of the attorneys for GTII, and the attorney offhandedly said, when asked about whether GTII was a shell corporation, which is significant, he suggested that at some point in time, somebody at GTII checked the wrong box. And that doesn't sound like a big deal, except.
But that's a shell.
Yeah, when it's a shell. And if you mark it's a shell, even for a day, now you're governed by the rules that govern shells. And it governs restricted dividends, as it turns out. And the rules that apply there, that they're called the evergreen rules. So there's a bunch of things you have to do. One is you have to stay in compliance with your filings. And Fidelity alluded to, without being specific, that they had some issue with the prior filings. And that's the reason why they were hedging or jerking around. And so my speculation is it's that downlisting, which refers to with GTII, there's a section that says it was downlisted in April of 2023. And the language suggests that it was a ongoing issue. So my guess is that Fidelity, for their own purposes, is using that it wasn't full disclosure, which is required, and as a result, they're refusing to comply.
So is there a way out of that?
They're saying that, I get emails on this too, by the way. Depends on the broker. They all seem to say you can't keep it. You got to sell it. So to the extent that
that's what they're telling me.
Yeah, that seems to be the universal position. I think it's unclear. I know I spoke to Big JR. Big GR thinks it's BS. The remedy.
I'm with Big JR on that.
Yeah, me too. But the remedy is you have to go against the broker, right? And so, unfortunately, since I am a personal participant in the arbitration system of the brokers, to go.
You're a judge. You're an arbitration judge.
No, I'm a participant.
Oh, you're suing. You're in that case.
Unfortunately, I'm a suer, literally, and they are a suer too, different kind. But
a man laid down by the sewer, and by the sewer he died. At the coroner's request, they called it suicide.
Oh, nice. It's
a bad one. That's an awful one.
Yeah. Well, no, I thought it was
what you're saying.
I forgot what I was saying. I was
asking, was there a way out? And you were saying, because you're saying it's evergreen.
Yeah. So, arbitration, ultimately you're left with either, unfortunately, like a class action will take 100 years, or arbitration. The only little bit of, I don't know how it would play out. It would be interesting. There's a way of doing a class action arbitration. In other words, as opposed to having, 100,000 individual arbitrations, you could have one that has 100,000 people in it. And that might be manageable. It's discretionary, so it doesn't have to. They could order it separated, but it would be interesting test case to get like 10,000 people together, so you wouldn't have. So it would be doable, because it's not really doable, right? Everybody out there is going to go file an arbitration claim, but if you could file one and join one, and the only issue was the dividend, that was it. And the rules.
Well, who's the deep pockets? How do you define the cost, the loss, and who pays it?
Well, you could define the cost. You'd hire an expert, and the expert would figure out some calculation.
I mean, the losses, I mean, like in my case, it's a lot of dividend shares, but by the time I get it, there'll probably be toilet paper. Sorry, my computer's freezing.
That's okay. Are you cold?
No, it's
I know.
I can hear
I
you.
was joking.
It's
That was
overheated. I know. We both have a sense of humor. It's like
you would value the share and what it was worth, and then whatever time you should have had it, and that lost time and the interest on that. And if there was 1,000 shares, that you should have had, times that number, you could do a calculation. But the point would be the real point would be, I think, to make them again, because we've talked about this, right? Settle the transaction. They really should complete the transactions, because seems to be the method by which they get cover, is not settling.
See, I'm more in the JR. Haven't spoken to Big JR, but I'm more in his camp. I just think that the system doesn't have the shares, and that's why this is the problem. I think
by the way, JR has a great camp, just to let you know.
That was a very camp joke.
Yes.
The dividend, the warrant as a special dividend, I think laid the groundwork that the brokerage firms can't pretend they didn't know they have a problem. They could then, they can't do it now. And so maybe that's why they're doing this dance.
Well, we have another one coming up, right? I presume that the finger motion warrant's going to get approved at some point in time. It's been about 4 weeks. I think it's about 4 weeks.
So finger motion's a little bit different, I think. But that's an interesting point. That could catch out very easily. Yeah.
You would expect. I mean, again, certainly not financial advice. It's obviously not legal advice. But when that warrant gets approved, I would expect the stock to react to that.
Well, that's the theory. The theory is I mean, let me be blunt with you. Why doesn't Wall Street just issue fake shares in all of our accounts and just say, hey, we gave you your dividend shares. There's an entry in your account. Why don't they counterfeit shares and just move on down the highway?
What do you mean? Why don't they counterfeit shares? Assumes facts, not an evidence. I think they I think they are. I think they are. How would we figure? Listen, I still don't understand how I know that the ticker is correct. I don't even understand that. How do I know that the price they show me at the end of the day is correct? Why should I feel such a great level of comfort that that's accurate? Nobody has ever demonstrated to me why I should believe that.
This document that goes after Kurt Kramer describes how he gets the prices down, and they call it the market price. It's all fake.
Yeah.
It's like Gerald Celente says, you can't predict anything more because all the prices are fake. We don't have real markets anymore.
No, you comment on it. You commented on a lot, and I agree. Even when I wasn't so interested in the market, if good news happened to a stock, it would act in a particular way. If bad news happened to a stock, it would act in a particular way. And now I have no idea. I have no idea. Great earnings and the stock drops 20%. It really baffles me.
The market used to discount bad news or good news, so you could tell in the stock price what was coming, but that doesn't even happen anymore.
No, I mean, how could it? Because there's so much garbage in there. There's so many counterfeit shares. There's so much leverage that we don't know about. It's what we see. That's exactly what we see.
Well, look at what this liar says. I look forward to the testimony of the SEC attorneys who for more than a decade have about my funding of small companies. My funding of small companies?
Well, he's saying his position is that prior to the January of 2018, you should have given us notice that we couldn't do this.
He signed the cease and desist.
I listen, I'm on your side, Billy, But I think his argument is,
I'm on your side
yeah.
too. I tend to raise my voice. It
No,
gets
I was kidding.
misinterpreted.
I was kidding, actually. No, I think it's his argument is more like a due process argument. You're supposed to be able to figure out, well, you're supposed to be able to figure out what you shouldn't do. And their arguing is you didn't because you kept on letting us do it. You said you did it because they were following us for 5 years. I mean, at any point in time, I mean, it's partly true. It's partly my complaint. Why does it take you 5 years to step in? I mean, a year of like writing, of ripping public off is not enough after them falling twice.
I took my camera down there and did videos by myself with that exact same question. But something you said just then, I'm losing my, maybe I'm losing my brain and you're keeping yours.
I saw Robert F. Kennedy Jr. What's his name? The one who was running for president. The one who's running for president.
In his brain?
Yeah, he's got a worm in his brain and it ate a piece of his brain. I don't think that's a good thing to admit myself.
I don't think that's a good thing to admit at all. And I like RFK, but I think he's wrong on one issue, which I don't. It's just too political. I think Trump's wrong on that issue and Biden's wrong on that issue. So I don't know who should be president.
But I think he's the only one who's.
I don't want to go to World War III. I just don't want to.
I agree with you there. I think he's the only candidate to come out and talk about worms in the brain, though. So that gives him a special position.
And maybe he could talk about Nadich Wormwood law firm.
Maybe so. Just imagine how much money those guys are making.
Look at this: 325 companies, 2,000 notes. That and what the SEC talks about is billions, tens, hundreds of billions of shares. Just imagine how big this crime is.
Well,
this
also,
is not even a cottage industry. This, the drug lords are stupid. Why don't they get in this business?
Well, what do you mean? Why don't? What do you mean? Why don't they? Again, you're presuming something. Yeah, you're presuming something. What caught my attention? Yeah, what caught my attention? What caught my attention about these was the range of the notes. They were $25,000 notes. What do you mean? So Apple calls him up. It says, I need $25,000 to get by payroll this month. I mean, $25,000 is not a big loan.
Well, I have it, actually, it's in the other room, so I have to do it by memory, but the GTII note, roughly, it's in, I was doing a video, I was going to shoot, maybe I have it here. The GTII, no, I don't. The GTII note was something like 80,000 face. Maybe it was 67,000 face par. To pay it back early, there was a 25% penalty, but he only gave Reichman something like 54,000 because it was priced at a discount, and he took expenses out. So then, maybe Reichman, I'm rough numbers, maybe Reichman got $50,000, but he had to pay back on 80,000 plus penalty. These aren't exact numbers. And this, I mean, it's amazing to me that this is even allowed. How are these contracts allowed by the SEC?
Well, listen, if it's in California, if it's a broker arranged transaction, there's no usury. So I don't know where these were entered into, but there probably is similar laws that permit you exceptions to usury laws. Because, in California, for example, it's 10%. Anything above 10% is usury. And these notes, their effective rates are, astronomical. They're, way above credit card rates, and if there wasn't an exception, and I know Mark, by the way, the
more I get to know Busy Brands, the more I don't like him.
Yeah, he's a busybody, in my opinion. Yeah, I think Mark Brazil was effective.
Hey, Busy, you can join us and make it grumpy mixture of ages.
Yeah, I think he's very shy. He's a very shy guy. No, I think Mark has gotten had cases where that was his position, that they were usurious loans. They were, you know, they weren't exempt for whatever reason. I think you have this is a Marcel Marceau imitation right now, I believe. Can you climb a wall? I blame, you know, you started to talk about busy brands and look what happened. I blame this on busy brands.